I'm probably going to start watching this, which just feels weird that he watches it. I don't know. I'm probably going to start watching. There we go. Hello, YouTube. Welcome to Alcohol Marker Coloring Part 2. This is a video. So this video is being recorded. We put it on YouTube just for anyone who struggles to find it, and then it will actually get taken down at the end of today, and it just gets sent out to our VIPs. So if you want to be a VIP, I'm going to put something in the live chat over here, and you can come sign up and you get lifetime access to our class. Yes, the workbook is digital. I did want to ask you, because later on we'll be talking about part 3, the final part of this, at least for now. Did anyone want me to go back to offering the printed versions of these workbooks on the perfect stamping paper? You can let me know on there as well. Or are you just happy with the digital version? So morning everyone on YouTube who is joining us as well. I love the printed versions. Hey, Basingstoke.
Excuse me, Alex.
Yes, Lisa.
Only because I know this question will probably pop up again. Somebody was asking me about the contents of the spring Easter basket.
Yes.
They wanted to know what was in it.
Okay.
Is it new? Is it
it's almost all exclusive and new. I'm looking at the message that Lisa sent me with everything in it yesterday. Yeah. You have an exclusive stamp. You have 1, 2, 3. There's 6 really cute stencils. There's a couple of there's some packs of cardstock in there. There is a new size of Gemineo paper, A2, which lots of you have asked us for. You've got a pack of foil, an exclusive paper pack, foilable card fronts, versatiles, ephemera, a different stamp set that is in there, which is a freebie, and then also a free ink pad as well. So that's in there as well. Okay, so Lisa, they're also asking about the printed versions of the workbook. Are we able to add that to the store as something they could buy? And then
yeah, I can go add one in. It'll take me a few minutes.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. Be back shortly. I'll let you know.
Let me tell you how many sheets, because it'll it's 9 plus we'll give them the blank.
Because the first class had the booklet and all the paper stuff with it.
Yeah. That would be the easiest way to do it again. If we did. Sorry, I'm just thinking for those who asked about it. So, I send you a message, Lisa, see what you think. All right. I'm thinking on the fly. Okay. So, Kathy, if you email Lisa ecom@makerforte.com, she can help you with that as well. Okay. I don't know where this new fade thing's coming. Oh. I don't know. Someone's been pressing buttons in here. Anyway, so what I want to really start with today is working on black and white coloring. So when I mean black and white is I'm talking about these kind of shades in here as well. So this is one I did with cool grays, and I did this on a video. And so you can kind of see it comes out monochromatic, but you can do monochromatic with anything. So let's just talk about trios for a minute, because last time everyone asked me about blends and trios, and or tell me what apologies is here sneezing. And so when we talk about trios, I'm just going to grab a couple out my drawer here. Okay. So here's a few trios in here. Okay. So here's 3 different trios I just picked out, and you're going to kind of see the differences. So it really depends on the image you're coloring, but we're talking about picking 3 colors, and I'm using Copics again here today. I do have my Olos over there. I'm going to pick them out in a minute and color something with them, just so you can kind of see the difference. But like here is, so we're going to stick with all Ys typically. Now you'll see me deviate every now and again, but not hugely. So we're going to start with all Ys and then all 2s. And then we're going to just change that last number. So here I'm going 3, 6, 8. Okay, 3, 6, 8. So what we're going to do is we're going to saturate. It's a little bit harder when you're not coloring an image per se, when you're just kind of like coloring a swatch. But you'll kind of get the gist of it. So same deal. So we go light, medium, fade back out with our light. Now we're going to add in our dark. And fade. Right, so you can see like how that would create a really nice, maybe it's a leaf or something like that here. Excuse me. I love that, Catherine, sneaking off work to guess one coffee. I feel that. So here you can see how you've got, this would be a really nice blending trio if you were doing, say, a flower or something like that. If I stamp out quick little flower, I'm just going to do like a petal or something. Maybe off the flower. So I'm going to use the Remarkable Black. So here's my little trick, because I don't want to take that stamp off because I'm probably going to use it again, is I just take the little foam mat out and close it, and then nothing gets dirty. Okay. Just looking what Lisa said. It's Lisa approved. Okay. Okay. So we're going to do this one petal here. Yes. So I'm going to do our usual. Remember, we saturate first with our lightest color. And so these ones are pretty close together. We've got 3, and then of course we miss 4 and 5. We go to 6, we miss 7, and then we go to 8. So that's a really kind of like nice. If you do like 2, 3, 4, so say it was Y23, Y24, Y25, then you'll just find that you don't really get a lot of shading. So like now when I go my Y26, and then we'll go light again. And then I'm going to take my Y28. Someone just ordered their workbook. And so there you can see I've got a nice amount of differentiation between my shades. Okay. So you can see like you've got a nice amount of differentiation. So the same here, I purposely picked a trio that's pretty close together. So this is B95, B97, B99. So you're going to see, so I'm only missing the 6 and the 8, whereas here we had a couple where we missed 2. We're only missing 1 in between here. So you're going to see that this is going to look a little bit different. So I'm going to do, we'll do this petal here. So I know this is going to be a very crazy flower, but just to kind of give you an idea. So I'm doing my saturation. Now I'm going to go in with my B97. And you can see it's a little bit different, but it's not quite so like. I'm going to blend that out with my lightest color. And then we're going to take our B99. Soften that out a little bit. So you can see you can still get some shading in there. I'll lift this up a little bit, but it's not as much when you don't skip those colors out. Okay. Yes. The VIP discount codes would be in an email. They're also in your Google Drive, your VIP Google Drive, which is in there too. So that kind of gives you a little idea of that one. And then I picked one more trio. I can zoom in a little bit. I don't want to zoom in too far. How's that? So this one, I kind of went the opposite way because I want you to just see all the, you know, the differences and whatnot. So this one I picked BV11, BV13, which is not too far, and then BV17, which is going to give you like a really deep change. Okay, so I just want you to just see the difference in the different trios. That's why I picked these different ones. So we're going to pick this one here. So this is my BV11. So the only time really I tend to deviate out of keeping these numbers the same, so BVs and then 1 and then changing the ends, is maybe if I want a really deep contrast, or if I'm working with the E's. So if I'm working with my reds, then sometimes I will go outside of that. Or say, for instance, I'm working with BVs or violets, then I might throw in a violet or a BV, but that's kind of something you'll learn later down the line. For now, I would keep it always as BV 1 and then just change up your next color, just till you kind of like learn your color systems. All right, so we saturated. Now we're going in with BV13. And I'm trying to color both all the petals the same way. I mean, typically I wouldn't, but excuse me, just because we're doing a comparison on blends rather than anything else. I want them to look same but different. So you can see that from BV11 to BV13, there's really not that much difference in the shading. But now we're about to skip from 13 all the way up to 17, and you're going to see a pretty big change. This one's juicy. Remember, if it's juicy, we take off the other cap, and that stops us getting terrible bleeds. Although this one's not as dark as I thought it was going to be, but it's okay. There we go. You can see on there. And so, like, for instance, on here, maybe I want to add something intense. So we could look at, I'm going to grab our color. A dark purple. Say like BV08, which is a really dark purple. And this is the time I might deviate because I happen to want, you see, just by like kind of adding that little bit of really dark, and then I'll go back with my lightest shade that I was using before just to soften it. You can see just that little bit of dark kind of just makes it pop up. Okay. Use the link posted above to sign up for VIP. Lisa, are you still here? They're having issues with that email.
I am still here. I'm working on one thing and then I will catch up.
All right. Yeah, Lisa will be right with you. So if you've emailed Lisa on that, then the blues I used were B95, B97, and B99, if you're looking for those. Okay, so there's those on there as well. All right, any other questions on like blends and trios and like this kind of stuff, like what colors to pick, like how to pick them? I have my box of Olos here. We can do one with that too. Let's see what we got. So we can. I bought this stand and I need to glue it together, but see what we got. These up here. I'm also pulling out my grays so that we can do a monochrome with the Olos as well, because I know lots of you have them. All right, so let's do a B. See, 2.2, 2.6, 2.4, 2.2. No, it's BB. B 2.2. So these are a little bit different. That's why I'm trying to pick out some colors on here. See if I got. Okay. I'm stuck to everything. So let's make a start with this. So here I have 2, 2.2, 2.4, 2.6. Okay. So let's do a little swatch underneath here, just like this. So we'll start off. All right, so you can see this is super light. And then we'll go to a 2.2. Blend that together. And then 2.4. And I'll go with ours. You can see that nice ombre that we got in there. So you can see it. So this is, if you have Olos, this was 2, 2.2, 2.4, 2.6. So you can see it's like a beautiful, like, I kind of want to do a monochrome coloring with those 4 colors. I have to keep those out. We'll do one later, something. But here I'll do a petal with one. That was really light. I think I might just start with the 2.2 on the bottom of the petal, because I feel like the 2 was just too light. Very creative flower. I'm going to go with some 2.4. Bring that out. And we'll add a little bit of depth with this. Look how pretty that is. So pretty. So pretty. What are your opinion of the Olos? So I like the Olos. I think they're juicy. I think they're a good price point. They're a good quality marker, like all that stuff. The only thing I would say is right now, I think the colors are limited, but that's the only like downside for me. And I'm used to using, I'm used to using my Copics, so it just kind of changes it up a little bit. But other than that, yeah, I love these Olos. Like I love these. Is each class a separate VIP? Yes, it is, because we have different workbooks, different goodies, different everything as well, for each class. There you go. So there's that. All right. So. I want to show you just really where we're aiming for with the monochromatic stuff. So I'm going to do a little demonstration, I think, first, and then we're going to launch into doing it. How does that sound? If I kind of show you where we're aiming to get to by the end of the day, and then I'm going to kind of roll back and show you how to do it in black and whites. We're going to talk about different shades of black. Then we're going to talk about different shades of sepia. And then we'll do something with colors as well. I'm going to use this stamp set, I Adore You, in my demonstration because I love this stamp set. I love it. I don't think it got enough love in the first place. It's a nice big image for us to practice with. And I'm not going to do all of it as the demonstration because I would probably be here for a while. I put my remarkable. Well, I'll just take this out for now. So I'm going to use those Olos. That's just kind of the demonstration because those colors were just so pretty. So I'm going to pick, let's do like this little section here. Okay. So again, I'm doing my base color. And I'm just doing the flower. I'm trying to ignore where the leaf is for now. There's my flower. Okay. Then we're going to go with our 2.2. So I'm using those techniques we learned last time, like the artist added some darks here. I know that this is round. Maybe some shadows here because it curls up. Remember to flick. Go back and blend out. I'm going with our 2.4. So I'm using some longer strokes to come up my flower that way. And then going with our darkest color. My flower might have to become darker because I kind of feel like I've gone too dark. But that's the nice part about coloring this way, is we can just go in, we can soften. You can all see it here. All right, we need to get rid of some of these streaks. Now, the only way to get rid of that is to make sure you have good saturation. See how that's now kind of starting to blend out. And that's why I also picked this white cardstock, and it's why we include it in everything, because you can see it can really handle the saturation you can throw at it with alcohol markers. I mean, there is a lot of ink on this paper right now. But you can see, like, what we're aiming for is to be able to just use a few colors. Now, when we're talking about the leaves, we want the leaves to kind of stand out. So I'm actually going to take away my 2.6 and I want my leaves to soften into the background. So I'm going to start off with my 2.0. And I'm not really worrying about the lines today and all of that stuff. We're going to cover that more in the advanced class. You can see I've got some bleeding, but I also know I'm going to color all of this in eventually, and you're not going to see it. Plus, of course, we can just use our blender pen to correct mistakes. But also, you see, as I'm coloring now my lightest color next to it, I can also pull some of that bleed out, and it looks just like a little shadow. So that's why I don't worry about bleeds so much. Like, yeah, they're there. They can be a pain, but we can fix them. But now all of a sudden, this more just looks like a little shadow that's around the edge. So this is our 110-pound white cardstock. If you order the workbook that Lisa put out this morning, you actually get some of it with it. We're doing that, so we included it in the workbook package. Or you can just order it on the website. It comes in A2, it comes in card front size, it comes in card bases, it comes in 8.5 by 11, like every size you can possibly think of. So here, these are going to be my shadows. So I'm going to kind of just already go in and make those darker. And then we're going to just start working on these veins a little bit. So I'm just going to start by going over the lines that are already here. I'm going to add a little bit of shading. Not too much, just a little bit. I want this to look kind of a little bit softer next to it. You see how that's kind of looking nice and soft. It shouldn't do that. Charlie's mum, it should not do that. Yeah, it shouldn't pick up the colors. That's the whole thing about alcohol is you can. I showed last time in the beginner class, like how you can use the pens to pick up colors, but literally as you color, all of the color just comes back out and it goes back to its original color. I'll show you what I mean in a second. So you can see, there you go. So this is what we're aiming for, is so that by the end of the day, you can take just a few shades and you can see, like, even though I've used the same colors here, my leaf, for instance, looks way, way more delicate and lighter than my actual flower. So my flower pops forward like that. And these are all just the same ball markers that we're using. So that's what we're aiming for by the end of the day, is you'll be able to do this monochrome coloring. And the one thing I love about monochrome, one, it's elegant and it's a little bit different. A lot of people don't do it. But the other thing is it really will help you with your blends as well. So it will really, really help you with the blends on that as well. Lisa is going to answer all your VIP questions before she leaves for the day for Family Day. If you are looking for the workbook, your coupons or anything, it's in the Google Drive. So when you sign up, so remember there's a Google Drive for the beginners alcohol marker coloring class, and then there is the intermediate, which is today. That's a separate Google Drive, so make sure you check those emails as well. Sandy said, when you blend out, do you use the previous shade or the lightest? I usually use the lightest, back to the lightest. And just to show you an extreme version, you were asking about the nibs. So for instance, so here is our lightest and darkest Olo. So I'm going to touch the two nibs together so that my lightest picks up some of the darkest. Okay. So you see how I've got that on there. So then I can just start coloring. And it gives you the perfect blend out. And you can see now my nib is clean again. So my nib is now back to nice and light and ready to use again. But you can do that tip to tip. And that's what I mean about like coloring over them. It's not going to pick up and ruin the nibs for you as well. But this is another great tip. Like if you're coloring something and you want a fade out, just touch it tip to tip. And this is what you'll get. So it's super cool. So there's that as well. All right. It's time for some winners. It's 11 o'clock. Does anyone have any more questions about like the blends, the trios, what to pick? I'm going to talk more about blacks and stuff like that in a second. I need to get my box of Copics back over here. Lots of great tips. I'm so glad.
I just got everybody caught up. The problem with when people signed up today, Alex, is that the link in the funnel is still the wrong one. So I'm just having them email me and then I'm sending them the correct information.
Okay.
So
if I knew where in the funnel, I could probably fix it, but you probably don't know that.
if you get anyone who's missing it,
Yes.
just have them email me. I will get them the workbook and their coupons because I'll check email throughout the day.
Okay.
Okay, that helps you.
Thank you. If you send me the email too, I can try and help too.
Oh, sure.
All right. I'm going to start little start a notepad for winners. All right, so let's do some winners. Ooh, hold on. So 10 a.m. Open the VIP list. Yes. Little list together so that when I send it to Lisa, she's like, what? She's not like, what on earth are you doing that? So if you are a non-VIP winner, so for those of you who don't know, so every hour I pick a VIP winner and I pick a non-VIP winner. So if you are a non-VIP winner, you will need to email Lisa, and the VIP winners are taken from the Zoom. So if you're watching over on YouTube, you'll need to come join the Zoom. Okay. And you'll be able to do that over there. All right. So my first two winners for 10 a.m. My VIP winner is Sharina Kelly. Congratulations, Sharina. And our non-VIP winner is Candy with a K. So congratulations. So email Candy, you need to email ecom@makerforte.com so Lisa can get your prize sorted out.
What did they win?
They get $25 gift cards to make.
And they will go out next week.
Not today. Lisa's taking a day off.
Ryan.
She deserves it. Okay. All right. So we're going to launch into talking about shades of gray, different grays, and then we'll start on the monochrome. We're going to continue this after lunch because it's kind of a big topic. I don't know how long it's going to take us to get through everything. And I want to make sure I answer all of your questions because this is definitely something when I learned to color, I had a ton of questions on. So I want to make sure I answer all of those for you. And then we're going to start with grays. Then we're going to go into sepias. As I say, then we're going to go into fur. And then if we have time, we're going to start on skin, hair, faces, like that kind of stuff. But really that's going to be in the next class mainly. We're also going to talk about the next class after lunch. I'm going to see if I can get that page sorted. I did start working on it last night, so I'm going to try and get that sorted as well over lunchtime, but we'll see. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. All right, so has anyone here ever tried monochrome coloring? First of all, has anyone tried it successfully or unsuccessfully? Doesn't matter, but have you maybe tried doing multiple shades of the same, or trying to do like black and white coloring or any of that kind of stuff? No. No. Kathy says yes with my artwork. Bonnie says yes. No, I've tried it, but I find it hard to stick to one color. Yes, but it looks very muddy. Susan says I want to now. Skin tones, yeah, I guess skin tones count as well. Laura says she's done monochromatic paintings. Barbara says yes. Wendy says no, but she's intrigued to try it. Okay, so there's a couple of reasons I love the whole monochrome thing. One is I think it looks really elegant. I love how it looks. And then secondly, it will really help you learn blend and really improve your coloring. So there's a couple of reasons to do it. All right, so here's my, what's up with this camera, because it's not where it usually is. There we go, that's better. I'm a lefty and it was all over to the right, and I'm like, I can't color over to the right. I'm left-handed. So I picked out, see what we got here. So I'm going to start with Copic, and then I'm going to do the Olo version too. So let's see, let's do like T3 N3. I wonder if I've got all the three, so I don't. Some of my pens are missing. Maddie's been coloring, which I love the fact she's been coloring, so I don't want to like take that away from her, but it does mean that some of my pens are missing. So it's so good for her psychologically. I'm like, I don't want to do that as well. Is it better to do simple design than more complicated ones? You could do either. You'll see, like we're going to start simple and then we're going to launch into it after that. Okay. So in Copics, there are 4 different types of gray. There is a toner, a neutral, a cool, and a warm. And they all look a little bit different. So here I have T3, N3, C4, W5. So all kind of close in number, but you're going to see the difference. So this is going to be our warm. You see it's really nice. This is our cool. Here is our neutral. Oops. I'll put them like this so I have the pens in front of them. And here is our toner gray. So even though these are very similar in numbers, so you've got 3, 3, 4, and 5, you can see the difference between all of the grays. And we're going to use them for different things. And it's the same in Olos. They have a cool gray, warm gray, red gray, I think they call RG. It's like a red gray. So they have a couple. They don't have quite the same. But I just wanted to read you something I found on my phone. So the cool gray comes in 12 different tones. The neutral gray comes in 11. So does toner. And then warm gray comes in 12 different ones as well. Okay. So your warm grays, so that's your warm over here, are made warm. This is from Copic. That's why I wanted to read it. Are made warm by the addition of brown to the ink. So ideal for coloring natural gray objects and those which lack the cold metallic edge of metals. This set feels the furthest from a true gray with a noticeable sepia tint. Okay. So on the toner grays, they will feel warm, but the color addition is dialed back. So if the sepia hue of warm is too much and you want a pure warm gray, you're going to switch to a toner. So if this is too red, then you're going to do the equivalent in toner. And sometimes that's where you go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Okay. Then you've got neutral grays. So as the name suggests, it's neutral. And is most versatile of the gray family with no other pigment sharing this space. This should be your first gray choice if you aren't looking to specialize in reproducing cold or warm tones. Take working with black, for instance. To color an object black is to deny any volume, any depth. So adding gradations of gray on the way up is a good route. That's what I said to you before in the last class. We don't do anything all black or all white. So if you're unsure what you're working on, if shouldn't be warm or cold, neutral is where you're going to be sitting. And then you've got your cold. This has the addition of blue to it. And that's really going to be like your cold metals. So like if you want something to look cold and metallic, this is where you're going to sit, or like snowy or icy, anything you want to look cold, cool, cold. You're going to go on your C's. Okay. So there's your different ones. So I'm just going to do this underneath. So you've got warm, cool, neutral, toner. So does that help you a little bit with explaining like maybe which one you want to pick? So when you want something to look warm and cozy, you're going to be going with the warms. Then you've got your cools. Your neutrals is really going to be the one that you pick up first usually. And then your toner is when you don't want it to be quite so warm, but it's not neutral either, and you want something in the middle there. Does that really kind of help? Because a lot of people say to me, well, what gray do I pick? They're grays, like, you know. So hopefully that answers that question for you and gives you a little bit of an idea of what to pick and when. Okay. And then we'll do the same with the Olos. Let's see what we got. So I'm going to pick three. We have three. Oh, I love that, Lisa. We all colored outside the lines at one point and it was beautiful. Yes, our parents thought it was beautiful. And as parents, we always keep all of our kids' stuff too. So, yeah. Okay. All right. Making sure I keep up with questions too. All right. Lisa said, yep. All right. So, it's a little bit different just because they have less shades, but here I picked CG. So that's our cool gray. And this is the 3. Now, one thing I would say is I think this looks more purpley than blue. That's the only thing I'm going to say is like when we had our, I'd C3, I'd C4. So this is the cool gray in Copic. And you can kind of see the difference. So Copic at the top, Olo at the bottom. This one to me looks far more purpley. This looks more on the blue spectrum. So you just kind of have to remember that. I mean, it does match the cap, but I would just say that this is got more purple in it, although it's supposed to be blue in it. I don't know. I think that's just kind of my thoughts. And then we have warm gray. So this is WG3. So there's our Olo. So I'm going to do the same. C W. And I'll do a comparison to W6, W1, W5. I have W5 here. Most I'm going to get, but you're kind of going to see. Even so, I feel like these are more tan and these are more like smoky. It doesn't look green in real life. I would say it looks almost more peachy. Like this is more on the peach side. This is more on that like warm smoke. You know, the smoke that comes out of a chimney that's gorgeous and warm. I mean, it looks gross, but like it's got that evocative, warm look to it. I don't know. That's just kind of where it, honestly, it's like between the time the camera gets to it, the lights change it. It is hard with colors to kind of do this stuff. They also have this RG, which I don't know if that's supposed to be like a red gray. To me, that's more like, it almost looks like, I'm going to put an RG here. To me, it almost looks identical. And I would put this more into the sepias, but that's what they have for right now. There is no, in my Olos, I don't know, maybe I someone else got a set as well, but there's no neutral or toner grays in there. I don't know, there's no neutral or toner grays in there, so that for me just makes it a little bit harder to color. Thanks, Lisa. So that's kind of where I am. So if I take like C 0, 1, 2, 3, 5. So these would be my this would be my monochrome and polos. So let's play with that for a second. And then I'm going to do it with Copics. But I know lots of you have the Olos, so I'm trying to like cover a little bit of both. And also the techniques are different, and I know not everyone has Copics, so I'm trying to show you with different pens how you can achieve the different results rather than like coloring one with tri-blends and then coloring, you know, I could sit here and color it a gazillion times. Lisa says, don't forget the last chance sale tab, 30% off, and it's free shipping this weekend. All the newness, she's put the links there for you as well. Lisa, do you mind just dropping those links on YouTube for me as well? Pretty please. As well. And then of course you can still sign up to be a VIP if you want lifetime access to everything I'm showing you today. I dropped the link over in YouTube, and we got it here as well. I'm trying to do all of it. There we go. And then well, thank you everyone for all of your orders. So we're going to start off with our base color again. So I'm using C0. Now there's C0. Again, like I'm going to do the same flower in C's with Copics, just so you can see the difference, assuming I've got all the shades and they're not in Maddie's bedroom. Let's do 2 petals. We'll do 2 and then I'll do the final 3. So I'm going in here with the CG1. And I just feel like this has such a pinky shade to it. Is the camera picking that up, or does it look gray to you? I mean, I'm obviously looking at it like straight down. I just feel like that's how it looks. So, and this is more of like a little demonstration. When I do it with Copics, I'm going to take you through it step by step, because the Olos are definitely harder to do the monochrome with, because I feel like colors don't have as much differentiation so much, and they're a little bit skewed off, but you can kind of see where I'm going with this. Yeah, it definitely has a pinkish, like I'm looking at it and to me this almost looks like a lavender flower. which I find just really bizarre. It's super pretty. Let's color the rest of it in. So I'll do this one, these steps just a little bit slower. So I'm saturating. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Shad. Like if you didn't know it was gray, you'd think it was purple. It's really bizarre. All right, now I'm going to go from the center out, flicking. Start adding some of this shading. So all I've done is I've outlined like over the top of these here. I flick down a little bit. I'm doing the same, center out. And top down. And then I'm going to kind of just add that veining. And you see how I let the odd one just kind of be longer? Like I'll just add like a couple of long ones. And that's where it like, you can see it starts to really come to life. So I'm going to go back with my lightest. There's a few things I want to soften with my mid shade too. I can already see that. My best friend's going to give me Chick-fil-A for lunch. So I'm just going here, and this is that mid shade, and I'm just softening a little bit. So you can see like how you kind of start to get that shading in. Like these are a little bit darker. So I'm going to kind of have it that it fades as it goes up. So like this side of this leaf, petal, and this side of this petal can be a little bit darker. And then you can see like how it kind of like starts to form up just a little bit like that as well. Where the petals falls down is the color supposed to be lighter. So technically it's lighter from underneath, but then you've got the shadow. So I always find that one a little bit harder. I tend to actually go a little bit on the heavier side rather than the lighter side. So I might go like, yeah, almost just like And I just did it with dots, so it's not too harsh, but it's just that little bit in there as well. Okay, so how are you all feeling about monochrome? I'm going to just put articulate order in. Yeah, perfect. I'll even have lunch at noon. How cool is this? So anyway, so that's doing it with the olos. Let's see if I have the C's. The C's. We're going to do lots of these, but I just kind of want to show you like back to back. And it's also good for those of you who are considering like, you know, what ones to buy or what markers to buy and all that stuff. You can see the difference between the different brands too. But I need some more C's. And I know we used them last time. See what we got. C1. I don't want to tell Maddie off for coloring, but at the same time, Mommy needs her markers. We might be all right with this, you know. So I'm going to do the same image, just so we have a like for like. Same cardstock, same like everything. Right, so here we are. Lisa says, tip, don't forget your light source. Yeah, light source I'm really going to cover more in the next classes, because first of all, I want you to learn to color, then we can learn where the lights and the darks goes. And you can really very easily go with that. These are actually all the same grays, Sunny, and this is all the cool grays from the Olos. So these are cool grays in Olo.
Someone misdirected their message and asked where the petal folds down, is that supposed to be lighter? That's why I did the tip. Remember where your light source is coming from.
Yeah, so I said on that one, they sent it to me as well. So I just dotted in a little bit of the darker color. So technically the petal is lighter, but these are so small, you would have really dark shadows. So I just dotted in a tiny bit of my second to last shade, and just those few little dots are enough to kind of just make it stand out and look like it's folded, like crinkled. So this flower is kind of tough on the fold over. If you had a bigger fold over, then yes, I would say that. So I'm going to just do a little swatch up here just to pick out my shades. Might work just fine. So I'm going to do C1, C2, C4, C5. Okay. So we're going to do our base with C1. So let's saturate our flower. Mhm. I'm so excited for these Easter baskets. Lisa's done an amazing job. I mean, she's giving you $160, $70 worth of product for $65. I mean, they're just awesome. And they're super cool because they're spring. They're not just like, you know, they're not just Easter or anything like that. And also, there is only 30 of them. We're just doing 30, and then that's it. I've already seen some of you checking out on them. It's free shipping this weekend, so it doesn't cost you anything to have it shipped either. And will go out as well. Oh, 40, sorry, 40. There's 40 of them, and we already made some of the stuff, like the stamp, the exclusive stamp is already made. It's super cute. And I thought this might be too close, so we're just going to skip straight to my C4. And then for those of you who asked about the printed workbooks, those are now in the store as well. And over lunch, I'm going to work on the link for the next class. Because now I don't have to go out and get food either. This is why we keep that best friend around here. So again, I'm going to do them on a little bit on the darker side, just because I feel like these would be really shadowy. Yeah. So some people like doing one petal at a time. I like working on a whole flower at a time, because otherwise I feel like on the you see on the last one, I ended up with like 2 petals that were darker and then 2 that weren't. This way I can work on all my petals and keep them nice and consistent. Okay, so that's personal preference. You might like to work in small sections, and that's absolutely fine. But I like to work on the whole image and then fix stuff as I go along. Now I'm going to take my C5. And you can see I'm going from the inside out like this. And then I'm going to be a little bit more delicate, so more vertical. Oh my goodness. You wouldn't think a Chick-fil-A order for lunch would be so complicated. So you can see the difference. So this is Olo's and this is Copics. So I colored it exactly the same technique, and I'm going to take you through this after lunch. We're going to color these images, and we're also going to start with the we're going to start with, I can't wait to do this in Sepia later. I'm so excited. But I think what we'll do is we'll do the flower and then we'll do the elephant together. How does that sound? We'll do the flower together and then we'll do the elephant together. And I'm going to do that after lunch because I want to take you through it like step by step by step. But how do we feel about, like, can you see the difference? Like, I would say they blend equally as well. This one could do a blend a little bit more, just a little bit more. So I'm taking my lightest shade. I'm just blending out a little bit. I just feel like there's a couple of bits. And I would say that the camera makes it look way worse than it looks in person. Because I didn't see some of those. And then I looked in the camera and I'm like, ooh, that's not good. Okay. That's better. Bye, Bonnie. So you can see on here, like the differences. So this one, so these are both C's. So these are both what we would call a cool gray. To me, this kind of does look metallic. Like it does look metally, metallic-y. I don't know. I feel like it. But this to me looks like a cool gray, like an icy cold gray to it. Peggy likes the purplish one. I think we just like the purplish one maybe because it is more florally compared to doing it with the gray. Shah says, I feel like the Copics have more depth than the Olos. Yeah, I would agree with that. So the pens of the Olos, I really, really like. I like coloring actually with the Olos more than I like coloring with the Copics. But I like the Copic ink more. Does that make sense? So like, I like the pens. I really like the nibs. They've got a really nice flow to them. They move really nicely. Like I can do really nice flicks. And I can do my little like hearts and all that kind of stuff that I like to do. And I feel like I can do that better with the Olo. But I like the Copic ink more. I feel the Copic ink blends better. It's more controllable. I like their colors better. But also that could be because I've been using Copic for like 16 years, 15, 16 years. So that also makes a difference as well. I know. The Olos do bleed a bit more, but I think that's because they've got more ink in them, I think. I mean, I don't know per se, but I do feel like you are right there, Melissa. The Olos do bleed more. Yeah, I don't know. Just throwing it out there. All right, questions. Questions. Anything about trios, anything about blends, anything about paper, anything about grays, anything about the monochrome before we start doing it together step by step? Well, silence is golden. I love this, Lisa. No questions. I think this is how a teacher feels at school when there's no questions in class. All right, so let's get prepped to color after lunch. So I am using the same stamp. We're going to just do the same stamp again. So this is the Elegant Roses stamp set. It comes with the Elegant Roses. You get a set of sentiments that match it. And you also get a mini Remarkable, which mine's down here. You get a mini Remarkable like this. Okay, so you get that in the pack. That is in the store, I believe, Lisa, isn't it?
I'd have to put it back up in the store.
Pleases and thank yous.
Okay.
Poor Lisa. It's like, I'm going out here at lunchtime. All right, so if you haven't used the Remarkable ink pad before, if you weren't in the last class, it's a true black ink, like the blackest of black that we could find. Another bit of cardstock, this is it. But like super carbon rich black ink. It's instantly alcohol marker friendly. You can re-ink it as well. You can heat set it and it's waterproof, and you can, if you're quick, you can also heat emboss with it. Okay. There we go. So we'll be needing that. And then I want you to grab out whatever shade of gray you're going to do. We're actually going to start coloring after lunch. We're going to do all of our prep now. We're going to talk through everything, make sure we're ready to go. So I'm going to do, what did I like last time? Actually, I'm going to switch mine up. I'm going to do a warm. Assuming I've got enough colors. Let's see. I've got T, T, N, W, W, these are C's, N's, T's, T's, N's, N, 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 N. Choose 1, 3, 6, 7. I could do 2, 3. Just talking to myself. So I think I'm going to do neutral grays. So I'm going to use N0. Then we're going to go in with some N1. Some N3. And then very sparingly, obviously, with our N6. I'd rather have an N5, but I'll see if I can find it over lunch, but it's not the end of the world. So there's all my N's. So that's what we're going to be doing. And when I'm coloring, I'll either do it on my, this is a practice panel, so it doesn't matter. But if you've probably seen me do it a lot. So I stamp my image and then I put my colors here at the top. And the really nice thing is then you always have it there, and then I line my pens up that way. So like when I'm coloring, particularly if I've got like lots of colors on the go, for instance, then I'll have everything lined up here ready to go. So I have my N0, my N1, my N3, and my N6. And depending on what I'm doing, I might even have a pencil and write them. Like if I was doing all sorts of different colors and shades, then I would write them at the top here as well. Okay, so there is that as well. All right, any questions? We're kind of coming up to lunch breaks. We're going to do winners. I want to just remind you of a couple of things that Lisa did for you as well. And then we did that. So how to pick colors, we covered earlier, and we also covered it in the last class. So if you're a VIP, I don't know your name, sorry, it's got a phone number on there, then you just need to when you see, you can go back and watch the video. So we covered that kind of at the beginning, like what trios to pick, what colors to pick when, the different shades of gray, those kinds of things. So we covered all of that in that as well. But if you're not a VIP, you can still sign up. Here's the link. And here's the link. So let's do some winners, and then we'll take our lunch break, and then we'll do the coloring, because I don't want to start because you're going to saturate and then it's all going to dry out and we're going to waste our time. I want to make sure we do it, and I want to do it step by step. So you can kind of, for those of you who maybe didn't in the last class or you haven't practiced as much, make sure you practice that flicking over lunch, maybe do some grass fields or get your colors out. So you want 4 shades of gray, ideally. You can do a cool, you can do neutral, toner, warm, whatever you want. But I'd like you to find 4 shades of gray. I'm using, to remind you, N0, N1, N3, and N6. Okay, that's what I'm using. So Easter baskets are up. There was 40. I've seen lots of them coming up on my phone. So it's an exclusive paper pack in there. There's exclusive stencils in there. There's exclusive, there's a stamp, which I already have made. It's white rubber. We have versatiles, foilables, foil, all sorts of stuff in there as well. So grab those Easter baskets. As always, we appreciate all of your orders. So thank you everyone who's placing orders today. VIPs get 15% off the whole store, and they have a $5 coupon. But your coupon does not work on the Easter basket because it's already $175 worth of product for $64.99. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I think that's it. So let's do some winners. There's another Easter basket.
Are these going to be gift cards as well?
Yeah, we're just going to do gift cards. I'll do a couple of free orders after lunch. I'll talk about that in a second. I'm pre-picking them so I can put them in a Word doc for you, Lisa. And then I can send it to you at the end of the day.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, if you sign up to the VIP today, Wendy, you still get the 15% coupon because it is in the Google Drive. So when you sign up, it gives you a link to the Google Drive, and in there is your coupon. And if you can't find it, you can email Lisa. She's still going to check her emails throughout the day as best as she can. So give her some patience. She won't just be online like she is right now. But if anyone wants to sign up right now and you have any issues, Lisa is going to be here for the next 10 minutes. So you can go sign up for VIP. And all right, so okay. All right, so the winners for the 11 o'clock hour, our VIP winner is Nina Stringham. Congratulations, Nina. And our Zoom winner is under the Zoom name of Laurie Medic. So Laurie, you need to email Lisa ecom@makerforte.com to claim your prize. Congrats, ladies. Yes, congrats. All right, so we're going to take our lunch break. We'll be back here at 1 o'clock. I will do it so you can all chit chat. And then we're going to color this image together. And then we're going to color some sepia. Oh, then we'll do a little bit of the elephant. We'll probably just do his face, maybe not his body, because that's a lot of coloring. And then we're going to work on sepia coloring. And then we'll move into fur and other stuff. We'll just get as far as we get. Like, you know, if we need to move stuff into the next class, we'll do that. I'm going to go and work on the next class while lunch is going on as well. So there's that too. So if you need me, I'll be around. And that is it. Any other questions? Anything anyone needs before lunch, before I hop off and go, and hopefully we got Chick-fil-A on the way. So that would be nice.
How do you have Chick-fil-A on the way? It's Sunday, they're closed. Oh no, it's Saturday. Never mind. It's Saturday.
Okay.
I'll be okay.
No, only Lisa, to answer your question, only in the bundle.
Okay.
Well, I'm hoping my Chick-fil-A is on the way. Shall we we'll find out. Let's see. All right. Wendy said she thought the same. Can't wait for the fur instructions. Love dog images. The fur is a really fun one.
I tried to pick some cute images.
Oh, you really did?
I make them a little big, but I know people, you know, are trying to learn how to get the techniques down. So if it was a small image, it would just turn into a puddle.
Yes, I agree. Okay. All right. So I'm going to go do that. I will see you all at 1 o'clock. And if you need me, I will keep trying to check the chat, but I'm going to work on the next class, and Lisa's around for a couple of minutes. And then when I come back, we'll be on my own. So bear with me, but we're going to have lots of fun. Let me do it so you can all unmute, allow participants to unmute. All right. I will see you in a little bit.
Hello, everyone. Oh, it's the littles.
Hi, Frankie.
Hi, Frankie.
You said hi when you were on mute like 1,000 times, but now he doesn't want to say anything.
Oh, gotta go for a second.
Okay. Gotta go. Yeah, that's what she said. Gotta go.
Hi, Frankie.
For the card.
You're a little cutie.
Putting it through the die cut machine, and then we're gonna have.
Are you a cutie?
You guys, this technique is super easy. This is what I was talking about.
It says I don't see anybody.
Mass producing. I want to highlight.
I hear you, but I don't see you.
White.
Yeah.
Using Hero Arts Unicorn White Pigment ink, and I am gently running over.
Yeah.
I am not putting any pressure down.
I like your curls.
The ink pad.
Try not to drop you.
Cardstock, and I'm gently pulling. And I just, I really want these images to.
No, you can't touch.
You could go as light as you like. We're
Nope.
Now, stay wet.
Yeah. Don't push her. Don't push your sister. All right.
Jungle. Please.
Does anyone have any questions I can answer before I skid out for a bit? In the Easter bundle, what I can tell you is there's an exclusive stamp, a white rubber stamp. There is, I gotta open up my file because I can't remember off the top of my head. There is 6 exclusive stencils. There's an exclusive versatile. There is an exclusive foilable card fronts. There is an exclusive paper pack. There is going to be 2 sampler packs in there without giving everything away. Some printed ephemera, and then a couple of freebies that Alex is putting in. Hi. I see you. I like your sweatshirt. Very cute.
Say thank you.
I just
have baby shark,
Somebody
yeah.
bumped her head.
Yeah, we don't know what she did. She just has a red mark, so
I got bandage.
yeah.
I
I
see
got
that.
bandage.
You got an ouchie.
Yeah, is it hurt?
Yeah.
She won't tell us what she did either.
This is
Won't
my
tell you what she did.
brother.
Yeah, that's your sister and that's your brother.
My
All right, Lisa's gonna go bye-bye. Say bye.
I will be around. If anyone needs anything, just drop me the email at ecom@makerforte.com and I will take care of it as soon as I can. Lovely. Are those Cheetos? Cheese puffs?
Cheez-Its.
Cheez-Its. Have you had the white cheddar Cheez-Its?
Yeah.
I don't know if you have actually.
I'll have
Those are our favorites.
That's pretty good.
We like the pepper jack.
Pepper jack.
Saints go for
Okay.
And then I like the cheddar fishies.
Yeah, we just
Parmesan fishies are good too.
realized this morning we're out of fish cheese. I don't know how that happened.
Went it
Oh,
down.
no.
Is tragedy.
No, no.
Heavens forbid my household runs out of snacks.
Especially because we go to
Never gonna
Costco like every
happen.
other week. Okay, don't choke each other. No choking. Hey, okay.
Be nice.
Bye.
All right, lady. Catch you all later. Have fun. Bye.
This letter B as well. Just how much air there. And I'll put that on the edge of my container there so that we don't get that stuck to my other letters. So the I is looking good. Just throw the inside of those letters in the trash. And this takes just a tiny bit of extra time. But you'll see how nice it is when we go to assemble or layout when the adhesive is already in place. It is so nice. Put those letters back. And again, I'm just trying to keep that release paper stuck as much as we can. And some of them pop out super easy. Either way, it's going to be so nice to have that adhesive already in place, especially on dies that are like alphabet dies, especially that you want to line up well and that you have a lot of. Because usually when you're using alphabet dies, you use lots of them, more than one letter. So just do the same here. We can get rid of the inside of these letters and save the letter itself. And then don't throw this in the trash. Keep this. I keep that in my, I will just tuck it back inside of my paper pad like that, so that I keep that in, so that I can use it on another project. And friends, I told you we're going to need to run one of these through with every die cut pass. That is still the case. We just missed one. It's all right. It's all right. It will still work. We just might have to make another pass. It's no big deal. Okay, so we'll go ahead and put my alphabet dies away. We won't need those anymore. And then we're going to grab our pattern paper pad and our heart. And we're going to mainly use the two, I believe actually these three, the three largest hearts. And we're going to cut both solid hearts and some pattern paper hearts. Let's start with the solid hearts. And we need this darker pink. If you want to, you can use your leftover that already has adhesive on it. I'm not going to this time because I want to.
Hi, I just can't see anybody. I just see the face of the.
A bit of foam tape. So it just depends on what you want and how you want to adhere your hearts to your layout. Okay, whoops. And then we also need, actually I see them peeking out here. In just a minute, friends, you'll see how well loved my pattern paper pad is. So let's see, we're gonna need
All right, how we doing? How was lunchtime? Let's turn on mute. All right. So we got some winners to do. Let's find the sheet. Bit to Lisa. Judy caught up on housework. Good for you, Judy. We had Chick-fil-A and we all talked, and it's been really nice. Actually, Maddie's boyfriend was here too, or is here, I should say. He's super sweet. And my boyfriend has a nickname for him. And so I had to explain where this nickname came from. It comes from a French movie. So that was a fun lunchtime. We laughed. It was good. It was really nice. And then I also have, where's my phone? And did anyone get any coloring practice in during lunch? I'm just writing it all down before I say it because I'll forget. Okay, so I have some winners for you. I have 2 free orders. Oh, Candy said, I did. I had fun and it came out better than ever. Funny tips. I love that. Thank you so much. So I have some winners and then we'll do winners every hour as always. This will be 1 p.m. And then Josh has got this on upstairs so I can hear myself in echo, which is terrible. And then we're going to color this image. Then we're going to work on the elephant. Then we're going to do sepia and we're just going to work from there. So while you are all doing that. So my winners for lunchtime, my VIP winner is Jacqueline Trainer. Congratulations, Jacqueline. My Zoom winner is under the Zoom name of Adnil. So congratulations. Email Lisa ecom@makerforte.com and she will get your prize out to you next week on that as well. And I just got to refresh. And then, yes, Josh, I can hear you watching it upstairs. So there's that. Let's see. I colored a monochromatic dress while watching you. I love how it allows the background to pop. I love that as well. Is there a link for the Easter basket? Yes, there is. So we have this super cool Easter basket, but it's spring themed. So it's not Easter products. It's just the idea is maybe you'd like to get an Easter basket from someone or any of that stuff. Then I have this for you. So let me just get you the link. Give me 1 second. There it is. I'll put it on YouTube as well. Also, Lisa, whoops, did the couple of requests that you put in as well. Let me find the links that she did. So she did. So Lisa put in the bundle. So for those of you who wanted the beginners master your coloring booklet, that's on there. And if you want the printed one from today, that's also on the website. I'm going to drop that. It's the first 2 products under this collection. She also did the spring mix of cardstock for those who asked for it and the rainbow mix of cardstock for those who asked for it. Again, I'm going to put that link over in YouTube as well. So there's those. And then over lunch, I got the page ready because this was designed to be 3 parts. It might end up being 4 parts. It just depends on timing and how long it takes us to get through stuff and how many questions and things you will want to know. So part 3 of our alcohol marker coloring is live. You can sign up for it. Your links will get sent to you on Monday because I need Lisa to help me just finish off the links. But for those of you who want to sign up, we're doing a VIP early bird as well. And that includes a $10 gift card for this weekend as well. So you get that included. And then if you want to do the printed guide, there is that option on there as well. So I've done all that. Hopefully it works. I literally just set it up over lunch, so I'm hoping I did it right. So just know the automated emails you get are going to direct you to some old links. We will get those updated and emailed out to you next week. But I wanted to make sure the page was up and to get your early bird for those of you who are here today. If you want to sign up for part 3, it's going to be on April 15th. And you can sign up, you can do the VIP as well. Lisa. So you can do that as well. So links for that will all get sent out next week. But if you want to do the early bird, then I added that in for you. So you've got the option to get a $10 early bird coupon. And VIP and, you know, all that kind of stuff as well. So all of that is on there. Let me know if there are any issues with it. I literally did it over lunch. I did test it. It seemed to work for me, but you never know with some of this stuff, particularly when you're doing it super fast too. But it all should be set up. I'm ready to go. Okay. Hey, Stacy. All right. So without further ado, let's get stuck in. So here is our image that we're going to color. So as a reminder, where's the one I did before? We're basically doing this. This was with cool grays, and we're going to do it with neutral grays, and we're going to do it together. We did it with the Olos as well earlier. And we already stamped out our elegant roses. And so we're going to start coloring in. So I'm going to do one petal to start with. And then we're going to do that together. And then we're going to start working on them. So we're going to start off with our N0. And you want to saturate your cardstock, remember. As you know, I like to work on all my petals together. But I'm going to do one and then I'll do all the others. So we're going to saturate so that we can see our image on the reverse side. Then we're going to go in with our N1. Start adding some of that highlight. Remember the flicks. And then N3, same, so I'm flicking again, but less. And then I'm going to take my N6. Just add those few kind of like little pieces, and then go back with that N0 and blend it all together. Okay, that's how we're going to do the petals. So let's do one together step by step. So first of all, I want you all to saturate your petal with your lightest shade, mine being N0. Drop me a comment once you've got it done. Melissa's done. Everyone else ready? Andy's done. So then we're going to take our next shade, my N1, and start adding some color down here. And a little bit at the top here. Yeah. Again, comment when you've got your N1s done or your next shade done. Okay. I'm going to take out N3 and I'm concentrating down in this middle like section and just pulling it up a little bit. And again, the same at the top, but you see my flicks at the top are a lot smaller, far more vertical. A little bit on here. And then you're going to go with that N6 and just a few. And don't be afraid to let it kind of, that one was a little bit long, but let it go up a little bit. Then whilst it's all still wet, you want to take that lightest shade, color over, blend in. I got to fix this where I went a little bit too dark. Get that sorted. And then I'll go back. So there's petal number 2. How's everyone doing with that? I like to turn my image. You can keep coloring the same way, but I really like to turn my images while I'm going. So I'm going to do the last 3 petals. I'm going to do all 3 at once. And you can color along and practice. So again, we're going to saturate. So I'm saturating here. Yeah. So we're going to take that N1. Start from the center. And you can see I'm being pretty dense with that color. And it's a pretty close shade too, but it just adds that little bit. And because I'm going in afterwards and doing all my blending with the lightest shade, this kind of really just adds that. Yes. And the nice thing with Copics is they layer. So you can see, like, I can keep adding some more of this and it gets darker and darker. Okay. So again, I'm doing those flicks. This is my N3. the edges of these petals. You see how that really starts to kind of add texture to it. It's those little flecks. I'm gonna take so really anywhere that the leaf is folding, that's where I'm pulling down from the top in. Because that's where those like creases and shadows and things would be. So if you're wondering like where I'm picking those from, that's where they're coming from. Now I'm going back with my lightest. And I'm just going to get rid of some of those brush strokes, just make that fade out nicely. And it will, because we've got that really nice base foundation in there. So you can see there's my, and this is colored with the neutral grays. And the one we did before lunch, which that's some there. This was colored with the cool grays. So you can kind of see the difference between the neutral and the cool. And also using something much darker. Here we didn't really use anything particularly dark. Here I went really dark in that center, and you can see how it pushes that center of the flower in a little bit more as well. How's everyone doing with their coloring for those who are coloring along? Kathy's doing good, good. Love to hear that. Candy says done, but not as pretty as yours. It is all practice, Candy. That's all I can tell you is it's all practice. Just keep practicing, keep watching it over and over. Those of you who are VIP can come back and you can watch it again and again. But it is all practice. That's honestly, that's the biggest part of this. So I'm going to give you just a couple of minutes for those of you who are coloring along to finish yours. Also, those of you who want to sign up for the next class, it gives you a couple of minutes, or if you haven't got your Easter basket yet, you can go grab that as well. Candy says, yes, mine are looking better. You can teach this old dog new tricks. I love it. Susan says done. How is it, Susan? Can you see the difference? Julie's done with hers. The next thing we're going to do, for those of you who have the VIP guide, we're going to color in some of this elephant. I think we'll just kind of concentrate on the face rather than the body and things. If you don't have this image, you could pick another animal, or if you have an elephant in your stash, you can do that. And then we're going to work on sepia after that. So I'm going to start grabbing those colors out while you're all finishing up just for a second. Susan says, I need lots of practice. It's all practice, Susan, all practice. And remember to always have that porous piece underneath as well. It'll make such a difference to your coloring too. So I'm trying to think what color I want to do my elephant in. So with the elephant, I'm actually going to break my own rules a little bit because I just want to show you. Oh, I just wasn't talking. I was waiting for everyone to finish. I was just grabbing some pens out. So I'm going to break my own rules just a little bit because we talked about the W's and the T's and how they're kind of similar. So I'm going to actually throw in a T with my W's because I can't find my W3, which is what I'd really like to use. Yeah, I can't find my W3. So I'm going to do W1 and then T1, but I'm going to use T1 as my base. And then do W1, W5, W6, and kind of do it just a little bit differently. So we're going to start off with our T. So we're going to saturate. This is going to take a second because this is a large area, although we're using thinner paper. So it's going to be a little bit easier. So we'll start off with his trunk here. And I'm going to come back to the ears. I'm just going to start with the trunk. And remind me before you go on to Sepia, I want to talk about the blender pen again. Coloring in. Do you notice I typically color once, go on to another section and then come back to it because that gives time for the ink to be absorbed into the paper. So my paper won't pill. It doesn't buckle as much either. And it means I get an more even base. Okay. So I want this trunk to look really rounded. So I'm actually going to color like side to side. So I'm going to start with these flicks. And you probably going to struggle to see them just a little bit. But I'm flicking from the edge of the trunk to the center. The flicks are getting smaller and smaller as I go down. Okay. And it's more about making the edge darker. And don't worry if you go over, because obviously eventually we're going to color all this in anyway. Now we're going to skip to that W5. I'm going to go super vertical. I'm taking the lid off just in case, because I really don't want any splodges at this point. And you see how fine my flicks are. Let's see if I can zoom in so you can really see. I mean, these are like super fine flicks. And those flicks are getting bigger as I go up the elephant. Or up the trunk, I should say. And I'm doing one side a little bit heavier and darker than the other, as it would be when it's round. And then I'm going to blend this out first. I want that fade. So you can see how it's starting to kind of get that rounded shape. And I need to keep going up that trunk. And I start off small, my flicks, and then I'll go over and make them bigger and thicker, because I can always make them larger and thicker like that. But it's really hard to bring it back if you go too far. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. You can start to see how that trunk is coming together on here. Now we need to work. So this here is kind of like I'm going to call it an invisible trunk. It's not really invisible, but you can see like how it ends. So I'm kind of thinking like that, because that's protruding. And you see how I'm using my lightest shade to just sketch that in for myself. So I know, one, now you can see it like really looks like it's protruding, but also now that's going to help me when I come to do my flicks. I kind of have that like, you know, invisible line that I'm working with. And again, we'll go and blend out. But you can see that's kind of like popping up and rounded on there. And I'm going to go back to my darkest shade in a minute. I just want to kind of get some grounding into the rest of my elephant here. So there's going to be a shadow in here. His head. I just kind of want to like start to see. And so I'm using this really close second shade, and you can see, like, particularly on a large image, you might even want to go to like 4 or 5 shades. But what it allows me to do is kind of sketch in. You see, I'm kind of just feeling out where I want that shadow to be. And it already starts to make him look more 3D. So we're going to go over this here. There's definitely some shading. And then we're going to blend. And because you're so nicely saturated, these blends are going to be really seamless by the end. And they're just going to add depth and dimension. You can see in there like how his face is starting to look nice and rounded. Now I want to go in on my trunk. And this is my W6. Okay. And this is where I'm really going to kind of add that like extra tone. And I'm going to use, you see how the artist's been really kind on me, and he's given me these like crinkles, I guess. So I'm going over that, and then I'm just kind of like fading it out a little bit, and then going over this thick, fading it out as we go. And I'm making my, I purposely made my left side darker. Already going down the edge here. And on this side, I'm just going to add those shadows in at the bottom of the trunk. See, like a little bit more shading here. Do some blending. So with a smaller thing, you're just going to use less colors. So here I'm using 4 colors. I would only use 3 on a smaller animal. But I really wanted to kind of just give you that practice. So you see how he's starting to kind of look old. All right, now we're going to do his ears. And I can never remember about the, something to do with the ears depends on whether I think it's the African or Indian elephant, but I can't remember the difference. Are you all right, Tilly? Tilly? What are you doing? Okay, but don't go in my office, but can you shut the door? It's supposed to be shut. Close the door to my office, please. So there's his ear. And so I'm actually using this lightest shade with this to give it a little bit of texture. You see how here I haven't like fully saturated it. And by not doing that, it gives it that like naturally mottled look, which is kind of how I feel elephant ears look. So whilst I'm putting a good coat down so I get a nice blend, I'm not doing as much as I normally would because I really love that like, I love that look. And then just need to add some definition really. So I'm gonna like deep V this. Bring his face up. And you see, like, I'm not being delicate on his ears. The ears are so big. You really don't, like, you could go and add tons of detail if you want to. But you can see I'm kind of being pretty chunky with this. And I'm going to go in my light again, blend. And I love how the toner is kind of blending together in there. So you see like how that suddenly kind of really makes them pop. Only thing I want to do with my dark, really, is add some definition. Darker than my dark. We went too dark. We're going to fade. Again, we got a nice foundation. We can fade it out. Actually, it might have worked in our favor. I said I wanted definition, and I feel like we kind of just got that accidentally because I went in with a T8, which is way darker than we expected. But it really does make his face kind of pop out from that background there. Will there be an option to purchase the intermediate course later? I can't purchase the VIP at this time. It's limited twice and nothing is working. It stays open till midnight tonight, Michelle, but if you email Lisa, ecom, E-C-O-M-M, at makerforte.com, she can definitely help you with that if there's an issue. So I'm going to do the same on this side, just because otherwise it's not going to be even though, you know, not what we meant to do. So you can see like how that just kind of added that color in. Like just that little bit in there. Feel like it's a little bit up here. And a little bit in the curve of this ear. See how I'm just like feathering it a little bit. So even if you pick up the wrong color, like I did, as you saw, you can still go with it, correct it, as long as you've got that really good base. That's the key. That's the only thing that allowed me to get this to blend and like feather the way this is feathering. So there is, again, we're just using these four colors. Well, now 5 because I threw in one by accident. But you see like how he's starting to look. So Robin says you make it look so easy. Honestly, it's just take it step by step, color by color. Do your base. Go back, watch this tutorial again, like, and literally just color along with me. I said in the last class, I was like, I wish I'd kept some of my first coloring because they're terrible. And it is all just practice. Do you want me to do the rest of the elephant, or do we want to move on to sepia and blender pens and other stuff? Let me know. I'll give it a couple of seconds for you to leave a comment. Robin says sepia. Rest of the elephant, sepia. Sepia. Okay, so most people want me to move on to sepia. So I'm going to just put his tusks in because I want it to look like the head. So I went with that really dark again on the end of the tusks. Because they're ivory. And I kind of want that distinct contrast. You can see, you can really get that. Okay. Just warm it up. So I just wanted to touch one thing back from the last class, just in case you weren't here or you hadn't tried it or you hadn't heard my rant last time. All right. I'll get more finicky about my tusks. I do like how they look. So there is our elephant. You know what he doesn't have? A few little dots down there. Just those few little dots, just tie it all together. So there's our elephant. So we talked last time about the blender pen, and even though the name says blender pen, the blender pen doesn't blend. Okay, the blender pen doesn't blend. And what I mean by that is if I have, thanks, Lisa, is, say I want 2 dark colors, that's what I'm looking for. And I go, so I have N6, and N7. So in theory, you think you put N6 here, you put N7 here. Oh, I know what I'll do is I'll grab my blender pen, which is my zero, and I'll blend them together. All it actually does is bleach. So your blender pen is a bleaching pen. I mean, I can literally do a whole panel like this. And I can bleach a heart into it, or an A, or a whatever you want to bleach into it. So literally your blender pen is a bleaching pen, which we're going to use for fur. And you'll see there's some really cool stuff you can do with it. But what it's really good for is fixing mistakes. So say you have a bleed, like here I have a little bit of a bleed. Just zooming. So here you can see I have a bleed. So what we're going to do is take our blender pen and push the ink. You see how I'm pushing it back inside of the lines. So I'm taking my blender, and you don't want to do too much at once because you don't want any pilling. Everything you see here, this is just the alcohol moisture. This is going to evaporate. But we're going to go, I'm going to very gently push. And we'll do it over here too. Okay, so pushing that color back in. A little bleed here. I'm so zoomed in, I can actually see the bleeds better on the screen than I can here in person. So one right here. Over here. Do you see I'm just taking the pen and I'm pushing it in, pushing it in, pushing it in, pushing it in. That's it. And then when you go back around, you can see how much lighter this is already. And if you need to, you can just do a second round, a third round. Let it dry a little bit in between. Just so you don't get that pilling and stuff. But you see how it's now pushed all of that ink back in. This will evaporate and you'll end up with no bleeds. Oops, wrong way. There we go. So there you go. So that's how the no bleeding or the blender pen works rather. We did other techniques in the last class. You can go back and watch that, but the main principle is it's not a blender pen, it's a bleaching pen. Okay. How's everyone doing so far? Great. I'm so quiet. All right, so I grabbed out some E's. Yeah. So the thing with the E's is you don't necessarily have to stick to my usual system of E1, I don't know what's here, like 17, 18, 19, E11. The E's are kind of a little bit more all over the place. So what I tend to do is look at my chart and then I will pick out colors that I feel go together. Like for instance, let's see what we got here. I have a little book somewhere. I should have got it out of some of my favorite combos. That's the E43. Maybe some 55. And we need a mid shade. I find the lids on the ears are like really misleading too. 44. I do this. I will find some of my favorite combos and make sure I get those out to you as well. Let's do that. Yeah. So I'm going to color the same flower because I think it's good to like pick an image, stick to it, and just keep coloring that one while we're practicing. And then, you know, we like throw in the lion and do the fun stuff as well. So I'm going to use the same flower. Piece. And I'm using my Remarkable Black. Just as I'm more E than any other. I used to find that when I was collecting my Copics, like for some reason I always had more of the browns than I had anything else. I don't know. Sorry. I don't know why. I really don't know why, but somehow I did. All right, so get your image stamped out. I'm going to pick some winners while you're doing that. Let's see. Who signed up to come and do this again with me on April 15th? Yay, lots of you are signing up. I can't wait. Make sure you tell your friends about it too. Sign up for April 15th. Let me get you the link. Oh, me. Yeah, there's the link. The real shock is I had 162 markers. Yeah, that happens. All right, I have winners. Okay, so our VIP winner for this hour is Tina Gilmore. Congratulations, Tina. And our Zoom winner for this hour is Sheila Richardson. So congratulations, Sheila. Sheila, you'll need to email Lisa. ecom@makerforte.com to claim your prize so she can get your gift card out to you next week. Okay. All right, so let's go. So I'm going to start with my E81. I just want to look at these colors again, just next to each other. That's a big jump. That's nice because it's going to be creamy. That's nice, it'll be warm. Just not sure about that first shade. You know, I'm actually going to switch that for. Is that right? I'm going to do that. So I'm going to switch out. So I'm actually going to do E81 as my lightest, then E42, E55, E33. So that's what we're going to do as our 4 colors. So again, I'm going to start with 1 petal, and then I'll do all the others. But just to show you, so it's the same principle. So we're looking for our different tones. Yeah, it's E81, followed by E42, followed by E55, followed by E33. And this is a combo I kind of made up on the fly. I do have a little book of combos. I need to find it. So I'm just warming that up a little bit. So this is what we're going to aim for right there. Okay. So let's do the rest of the flower. So you're going to do your E81 as your base. I'm going in with my E42. More Easter baskets going. I'm so excited. Lisa has done such an amazing job with these Easter baskets while I've been working my little tush off for the girls. She texts me all these ideas and I'm like, yes, no, yes, no, yes, 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 no. But she's done an amazing job. You're going to love your Easter baskets. Yes, it will say beginner. Thank you for signing up. And then you're going to get all the updated stuff. I just wanted to make sure I could get that early bird out for you for today. And so you can get signed up, and then we'll get all the links and all the updated stuff to you next week once Lisa's back in the office again. I think I'm in the office on Wednesday or Thursday. I'm in all day in the office. Before I tend to do my like darkest shade, I always try and go back and like feather in and do my blends, because I find it helps me with placement on where to put that darkest color. I don't know, something about it just seems to make it easier. Is my darkest? And you'll notice as I'm doing these longer strokes, I try and curve it with the petal. So like here where the petal curves, my long stroke goes like this. And where the petal curves like this, my long stroke goes like this. You see what I mean? So there you go. So that's kind of our first sepia. Our first sepia flower. I kind of feel like I want something darker in it. I don't want to ruin it either. Right, I'm going to try a little bit. This is E15. This is super dark. But let's see. Why are you doing it in the center? But I do actually like how that added. And see how that added that, just that little bit, like something extra in there. So sometimes you'll look at it and you'll think, I only need to go a little bit darker, or I need to add something a little bit more, or you know, any of that kind of stuff. So you can absolutely do that. And you can see in there the kind of difference. So, questions on the side of sepia. The difference, I'll say, with doing sepia is you're using the ease, and the thing with the ease, sorry, something just caught me. The thing about using the ease is it's really all over the place. I feel like with the color tones, like when you go into Copic and you look at the E color tones, I feel like, you know, they're really all over the place. So you kind of have to mix and match. So having a chart Krista, I'm working on our 110-pound white cardstock. The one that comes with either the printed workbooks. That's what I'm working on. So so the sepia is exactly the same thing. So I want to do just another version of sepia just to show you. And I'm going to choose totally different colors. I might even stick to a color family, we'll see. My colors. So for those of you who want to do the colors, we used to have a Copic chart in the store. I don't know if it's still there. It was a really nice one. You could put book rings in it. Let me see. Let me look for you. Let's see. Printed Copic color chart. Here it is. I don't have that option anymore. Okay, so we do still have it. Save. More actions, view. Let me find the link. Okay, so we print it on this 110-pound white cardstock that we're using today. I'm just pasting the link. I was going to try and show you. Oh, yes, please, bestie. Black One Splendor, thank you. Let's see, I'm trying to find a picture of it for you because mine used to be here, but I'm guessing one of my besties. Oh no, here it is. Here it is. The Swatching House website are for inks and other stuff, but this one specifically has all the Copic stuff in it. I'll get back to the Zoom so I can show it. No French vanilla, please. Oh, video. There we go. So, so this is what it comes out like. So it comes printed on our 110-pound white. It has the Copic number, it has the Copic name, and then you can just color in your things. And it's nice because it takes you down all the RVs, so you can kind of see how all the RVs work together. You can see like how all the G's work together. And then I just added book rings on mine. And you can see like all the cool grays, all the neutral grays. And I'll say it comes printed on a 110-pound white cardstock too. And that's how it comes out. So, so that's on the website. So I just put the link in there for you as well. So if you want a printed version of that, it's free shipping as well. So you can check out as many times as you want. We'll just merge all your orders together and you can use your 15% off code on it too if you're a VIP. So anyway, so that's our color chart. So Oh, because like I said, with the ears, like here, this is really nice because you can kind of look at all of them together and be like, okay, that block's nice. But these are more pinky, but they work with this. This works with this. Oh, these are going to work more with this. And so you can kind of see everything side by side in the blocks. That's why I designed it like this. Anyway, that's how it comes out. So this was the prototype one, but I actually made the original one of these probably like 10-12 years ago, this actual one, and then everybody saw it and loved it, so we recreated it and put it in the store for you as well. Will I tease about the Easter basket again and what is in it? Yes. So Easter basket, we're making 40. I thought it was 30, apparently it's 40. Already half of them are gone. It has an exclusive white rubber stamp in it. It has 6 stencils. They're all spring, summer themed. There is a paper pack, foil, ephemera, versatiles, foilable card fronts, cardstock. There's a free stamp set in there and a free ink that we haven't encountered. There's, I'm trying to think what else. There's a ton of stuff, and everything in it that's like core to the box is exclusive to the box. There's a couple of things in there that you might be like, okay, I've already got that one, like an ink pad, but it's a freebie that we just kind of added just so that everyone's got one in there. And it's $175 worth of product for $64.99, and you can get it at, I'm going to find the link for you, copy, paste. All right. So let's do one in these sepia colors. I'm so glad he's making me coffee. I did not get coffee this morning. Where did we put the Misty down a second ago? Oh my God, I just love that elephant. I just turned around and saw it. Like, because once it dries, it always looks a little bit different. But I absolutely love. I'm guessing the spring paper bundle works well with the Easter bundle, Easter basket. It does, because everything is along the spring theme. Yes. Yes, it will. Like, I just love him. Like, now he's dry. I just love him. Although I fully expect Josh to come and stick that. Deal, close that, do this. So we're going to do this, and then we're going to take a quick break so I can grab stuff for fur because I need a few different things. And then we're going to do that. All right, so I said I'm going to use E40, so 40, 43, 23, 25, 27. 40, 43, 23, 25, 27. Okay. Another Easter basket. 2 Easter baskets. What's that? All right, so putting that foundation layer on. Then we're going to go in with our E43. You see, this is why I like to do all the petals at once. Because I can keep them even if I'm doing it all at once. Now we're going to intensify this a little bit with our E23. Yeah. Evening. Anyone steals my elephant? Oh, it's not. They're gonna die.
Elephant?
Yeah.
It's a good one.
Yeah. If anyone steals that, they're gonna die.
You're proud of that one, huh?
I am.
How are you?
Love you. Perfect black coffee. He's my height now. I have two of the best hype men in my life right now. I'm so grateful. So I'm doing that little flick around the top edge. Picking the right side of every petal to be a little bit darker than the left. And I'm going to go back with my lightest because I feel like it just needs a little blend out so I can see where I still need texture. Because I don't want it to look like streaky and old. But just always remember that if you feel like you're getting too much color, or it's getting too dark, or you're not really sure where to go next, then go in, blend, pull everything together, reevaluate, go back in. You can always add more color. You're going to really struggle to take that color away. So I'm loving how this looks. To me, this looks like really rustic, really old. I'm going to go with some 25. It's looking so pretty. Really loving how this is all coming together here. Right, again, we're going to blend. So there you go. So there would be my sepia. And I love, so that's totally different to the first sepia we did. Where did it just go? We had it around there. So there's my first one that I did with more like oranges. And this one I went far more into like the rustic distressed. And it looks like a completely different flower. At least to me, I think like this flower looks far different to like this flower. But again, you can do sepia exactly the same way. You can really kind of switch it up just depending on the colors you use. So we're going to do a little bit of the lion. We're not going to do the whole lion because we'll be here all afternoon. We'll take a quick break, and then I want to do a little bit on fur. I don't think we're going to get to hair and faces. I think that's going to be our first subject in our advanced course, because I want to make sure I cover everything, answer all your questions. And I do have some really cool techniques to share with you. So, and if it means we need to add a fourth lesson to this, we can absolutely do that. Okay, so let's think about this a little bit, what we want to do with this. So we're going to do a lion. He's going to be more into the reds and oranges. So I'm thinking like the 30s might be a good place, depending on what we've got here. These are all the E's I could find. Hadn't been claimed by someone in our house. All the 90s. I do have the 90s here. So I have 97 and 99, which would be great. But we need something that goes a little bit lighter. So this is why I really like this chart, because I can look at everything almost like side by side. I could do with 33, but I don't know what's gone. What does 43 look like? There's 33. Any other 30s? See what these look like side by side. So I have, this is E30. And I have E33. E23. 97. And 99. I wish I had something that's a little bit in between. Peach. Dark. Maybe. All right, I'm going to add in a little bit 41. So colors I have here are E30, 30, E41, E33, E23, E97, and E99. Okay, so I'm going to start off with 30. And I'm not going to work on any fur techniques on him. He's just going to be monochrome. I mean, I might add some flicks here and there. Some like basic stuff, but the real stuff I'm going to teach you later. We're going to wait for that hour. We might come back and do it on him once I've shown you the technique, but I'm not going to do it right now. So I'm going to color all of him, even though his face is going to be a lot lighter than his mane. It's all going to have the same base. Okay. This is like the time consuming part when you're doing the coloring, is doing this like base to it, because you want to saturate your paper. And when you're doing a large areas are great for practicing on, but they're a little bit time consuming. Now you can, of course, use the chisel nib if you want to. I'm just in the habit of using my brush, so that's what I would reach for. But you can see it is much quicker. So there's his base. Now I'm going to start, really when I'm doing something like this, you're going to work in sections. So I'm going to like work on this V section of his mane, then we're going to work on this bit of his mane, then we're going to work on his face. Okay. And you see, like, even though I'm kind of doing the coloring, there's still flicks. And this is going to be the darkest section of his mane. So I'm working in these points, and you see I'm just working in flicks. I know it's hard because I'm a lefty, so I'm sorry, I cover it. I try and keep my hand back as best as I can. But just really tiny little flicks. You see how I'm kind of putting those darker strokes in? And I'm literally just working my way through. I like the sketch. Yeah, if you was to recommend something, then I like the sketch personally. Mm. You see here, I'm adding lots of color because I say this is the darkest part of his mane. Everything's a flick because it looks wispy. And I have to say, I'm a little bit scared. I feel like I've added a bit too much color. But if we did, we're going to rescue it. And you know, the worst thing that can happen is it's only paper. Okay. So. Look how wispy that mane looks with that on there. Like, now I want to work on his face. Yeah. But with his face, I really want to stick to some kind of light colors. The only thing I'm going to do is his nose. It's going to be dark because normally that would obviously be black. Other than that, I kind of want to not get too into, like, particularly those 90s. I'm actually going to put them to the side. I don't want those 90s on his face at all. See, with his face, I added shading to keep his eyebrows coming in there. And then I just added some here where his kind of like nose would be. And then I kept above the nose. So I really like, you know, when they're doing makeup and they add that cheekbone. You can kind of see how that is. So now we can work on this part of the mane. And his ears. So this is all just flick. These aren't even the fur techniques I'm going to show you later, which we can come back and add some of those onto this if we want to. is that. So I'm going to take this. So again, I'm just doing flicks. I'm trying to frame his face a little bit. So again, I'm keeping him fluffy. I framed his face. And we're just concentrating around his face right now. And then I'm going to go into that lower section again. And then we're going to blend. And now I'm going to go with those real red ones down the bottom here. And that's where we're going to kind of and so this is definitely one fur technique you can use, is just using, you know, flicks and making them super wispy, because you see how I'm very vertical with my pen. And then that way, as I flick, and then this is the 99. That's it. I kind of like how he looks. What do you all think? If I feel like you want too much. So there's one way you can do a fur technique, is just doing that wispiness. But again, this is sepia. These were all just the same ears. I did use quite a lot. You don't have to use that many, particularly if we had a small image, we wouldn't want to use that many. But you can see how this is in there. I'll zoom in so you can like really get a good. You can see like they're just all small flicks that interlink. And so they look super wispy. And that's it. All right. So we are at 2:43. Let's do our 2 p.m. winners. Then we'll take a quick break. And then I'm going to come back. And for the last hour, we're going to focus on fur. If you have a bottle of the Various Ink Colorless Blender 0, that would be amazing. You don't have to have it, but it is one of the techniques I'm going to show. It's one of my favorite techniques. It's super cool and fun. So if you have that, you can use it. You can try isopropyl alcohol or blending solution. It's not going to work quite the same. And the other thing you need is like a washcloth. We want a piece of a washcloth. I'm going to go grab one out of the bathroom and cut it up, because you need that as well for part of the technique. So that's what you want to grab, and then any critter stamps and all that kind of stuff too. So let's pick our winners. Thank you. Find my list. Okay, so our winners are, our VIP winner is Deb Vicario. Congratulations, Deb. And our non-VIP winner is Heather Jameson. Congratulations, Heather. Again, Heather, you'll need to email Lisa ecom@makerforte.com to claim your prize. So next up, it's going to be fur. We'll resume back here at 3 on the dot, 3 sharp. I'm going to turn this off. Oh, what does Lisa say? It's long. OMG, looks like a right handsome line. If anyone needs anything, email me. I'll answer you as soon as I'm in the office. I'll get to everyone sorted. I don't work on the weekend, but trying to keep up when I pop in. Thank you, Lisa. Also, I don't know. I like really love these, but I'm also thinking maybe I should give them away. What do you think? Should we keep them or should I give them away?
What do you mean? Give the booklet?
Oh, like the ones I colored.
Oh, give them to you, mean signed with your name?
Yeah. Like I could finish them and give them away.
If you're in the coloring mood, sure.
Well, I always say
I still have my Alex original.
How should we do it, Lisa? Shall I, at the end of the day, out of all the orders, just pick 2 orders to include them in, and I'll tell them who it is at 4 o'clock?
Sounds good.
All right. So if anyone places an order from 10 a.m. this morning to 4 p.m. when we close, and I pick the grand prize winner whenever we end, I will draw 2 random order numbers, and then Lisa will go in and edit it to say that you get one of these included in it. I'll take a photocopy and I'll keep the photocopy.
Okay.
So yes, so that's what I'm going to do. So anyone places an order between now, well, 10 a.m. this morning, 4 o'clock, at the end when I close, I do the grand prize, I will pick 2 order numbers and we'll add them in and you'll get one of the toys. There you go. All right, so we're going to take a brief pause. I will see you back here at 3. I got to go grab a washcloth. I got to grab some stuff for critters, and then we can get going. So we'll see you just very shortly. Hello. Okay. The next coloring class says March 11th. April 15th is the next one. I was like rushing at lunchtime to try and change it. But if you sign up on that link that Lisa just dropped, masteryourcoloring.com, you're signed up for the April 15th one, and you'll get all your links next week. We'll get everything finished for you. I just wanted to get it out as quickly as I could so that we could do the early bird. Because you get an extra $10 gift card if you sign up this weekend, and the only people who know about it right now are you guys. So that's why we did that as well. Robin says signed up, yay. We'll probably actually add a 4th class just because there is so much to cover. Yeah, there's so much to cover, so I kind of probably will add a 4th class to it for May, but for right now we just have the April one scheduled out. So I'm going to work on fur practice. Now in your workbook you have a teddy bear. I would suggest maybe you want to do a little bit on each teddy bear. I'm going to do a critter from this stamp set here. Critters in Love. Okay, so I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to do the teddy bear as my little critter here. So the other thing I want to tell you is, so today we're going to go to about 3:45, 3:50. The only reason is, so my work, I told you, told some of you earlier, there was a major accident yesterday at our sister restaurant. It's a locally owned, like mom and pop. The owners are amazing. They've been so good to me. But yesterday there was a big accident at our Fruitville location. Someone went through the front of it, and they asked me if I would come in and help. And they've been so good to me. I have to be there at 4:30. So I said I was doing this, but I would finish just a few minutes early, and then I would go in and help them. I hope you all understand on that one. It's a rough time for everyone. So that I'm going to run in and help them as well. So anyway, that being said, let's jump into fur coloring. Let's pick out some colors. I really need to find these 30s. What have I got here? Okay. So I'm going to use the same colors throughout. So I want to find a set of colors I really love. So I'm picking out like this, maybe. Let's see what these look like. Yeah, these are nice. Okay, it's definitely the perfect furs. So the colors we will be using for our fur techniques. Oh, thank you, Lisa. Yeah, it's terrible. It's all over the news. It's yeah. So the colors I will be using is E11, E13, 1-3, E33, 3-3, E23, and E25. So that's 11, 13, 33, 23, 25. You can see down here, this is going to be a really nice set of colors. I'm going to do this there a couple of different times. So let me just stamp a few out so we can just bam, 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 bam. We don't have to keep getting this out. This stamp set is so cute, and the sentiments that go with it. Amanda did this when she was on the team. Oh my goodness. It's called, I think it's Critters in Love, and then there's Critters in Love sentiments too. So All right, so we're going to start off with some base coloring. So we're going to start with the E11. It's getting colored in. A little bit darker than I thought, but it's all good. But I want to stick to the same image and the same colors like we were doing with the flower, because you kind of get used to doing the same image. And I'm going to try to get in the next kind of like 40 minutes, just a bit less, 3 different ways to do this. Okay. 3 different ways to color him with fur. So for right now, I'm doing my usual flicks. Probably don't need this many colors, so we'll mix it up throughout. So here I'm just doing our usual kind of coloring. I'm not worried about the heart on this one. So I'm adding the shading in, making him look nice and round. And what I'm doing is I just pull, let me pull this up. So I just pulled in here. You see how I'm just kind of like, just the tiniest little bit to like cut his head in, because the image just goes to here, but you want to kind of like make it actually look like his head cuts in. I don't know if that makes sense. Let me know if you understand what I mean. But like I'm pulling this color in here to make sure it looks like his head is cut in. Okay. So there's our base bear. So there's our little bear colored in, looking super cute. His foot a little bit here. And you see how I cut that in here. And so it looks like his head actually kind of like isn't just floating. It's like separate. You just want to lead your eye to think it rather than doing a harsh line. If I put a harsh line in there, you'd be like, oh, that looks kind of weird. You just do it with that little bit of shading, and you can see on there just how he comes in on there. So this is our base bear. This is like basic bear. Okay. I think I really want to switch out the colors, but I also don't, because I said we're going to do all the same. So now I'm going to do the bear again. So that's our like, this is our like control bear, you know, like this is the base. This is how we would normally color. He looks adorable, but now we want to start adding a little bit more to him. Bless you. Bless you. Everyone in our house has got allergies right now. There's a delay between the Zoom and the YouTube, so I went bless you, and then like 30 seconds later again, thank you, because the delay. So again, I'm doing the same thing with my first color. So my first color, I'm doing the same thing. Okay. Again. I'm going to pull his face in. So this is just my first color. So I'm pulling his face around again. You see how that makes it nice and round and makes it look like it's popping. And then you go back to your lightest shade. So in this case, E11. Then. And then now is when we come. So I'm going to actually jump to the E23 and the E25, completely vertical. And the tiniest little dots, okay? And really anywhere. I'll zoom in for you in a second. And to start with, it's going to look like you're giving him chicken pox, but it's okay. And then I'm going to go in with my E25. And this is where you're going to do dots in shading. So everywhere in the first color, or your second color rather, where you added that shading. Is where you're going to add dots with your darkest color. And then you're going to go back with your lightest color. And you're going to dot, but you're going to be a heavier hand. So I'm kind of doing larger dots. And so you can see he starts to look furry. And if you don't like how dotty he is, you do more of the coloring, the dotting. If you're like, he still looks a bit chickenpoxy, go in and color him over the top of those dots. And now you see how he looks. But you kind of have to go back a little bit because you're not ever going to like sit this close to it when you're looking at it. And now you see how he looks furry. Like he's got that kind of like mottled, furry teddy bear texture. If you want to add like a little bit more, like say you want a longer pile teddy bear, you're going to go in and you're going to add little like curls like this. Not circles, curls. You see? Like that. And so you can just kind of add a little bit more of that curly, furry texture by adding those curls in there. So there's our little curly bear. So you're going to, when you do the shading, you're going to do dots like this. And then you add depth by dotting over the top. And so I'm going to add depth on half and not the other half, just so you can see. So that's how you do that. And then to do the, I'm going to zoom right in for a second. To do the like, look at him. He needs a little tidy up with my blender pen, but he is so cute and he looks really furry. So you see here, so you don't want to do circles like this. You want to do C's like this. So super vertical pen. And this is hard because I'm lefty. But literally this is what you're doing in large. And then when you do it in small, it's like, imagine doing like little commas almost in different directions. And then you can again go in with your darker pen and just go over the top. And you kind of get a different fairy texture. As well. Okay, just to kind of give you an idea on that. All right. Now I want to show you. There we go. So now we're going to do this teddy bear. And this is my favorite fur technique out of all of them. I'm so excited about this. So if you want to do it along at home when you have the supplies, you can. We're going to use the Copic Various Re-Inker, the colorless blender. And it's only because I need solution. You can try it with blending solution. It's been hit or miss for me. You want a toweling towel because you want this nap in it. This like nap is important. Usually I go to Dollar Tree and buy like, you know, a load of washcloths, face cloths, like that kind of thing. And actually the cheaper the better. And then I just cut bits off. Tilly was like, why are you cutting up our face cloths? Just now when I did this as well. Okay. So there's that. So that's what you're going to need. So first of all, we go in, of course, and we have to color our teddy bear. So let's do that. And this technique I'm going to show you for fur. If you do it with a piece of old denim and you're coloring in like jeans and denim and stuff, you will get a really cool texture on the denim. So you can try denim as well as toweling, just not for fur. It's, you know, different technique. I'm waiting for Josh's face when he sees this one. I have a feeling my Copic Zero is about to disappear and then I'm gonna be mad at him. So I'm just doing my usual coloring. I'm just coloring my little teddy bear. Looking for my actual colorless blender. I want to fix a couple of those little bleeds. So this even works on dark colors because this has red in it, but it absolutely will work. The red is just stronger. It's like having red in your hair. It's just a pain. Red's just hard to get out. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately the camera does change the colors. Penny says on camera yours look a lot redder than mine. They do. The cameras and between Zoom or if you watch on YouTube or however you're watching, it always changes the colors. And I don't know, there's really nothing we color correct as best as we can, but you can see like, look how much cleaner that looks. Now don't forget, you always need to ground your teddy bears. So while that's drying, I'm going to ground out this one. Because now he looks like, you know, he actually is somewhere doing something. I want to fluff this out a little bit. Yeah. And then we can round out this one. The VIP is so worth it. Even, I mean, you get the coupons and the gift cards and everything, but you also get lifetime access to these classes. So you can watch them again and again and again. So for as long as YouTube exists, this class will exist on there. You can see this one. All right. Are we ready to transform our bear? Josh, if you come and steal all my colorless blender this week, I'm going to kill you. Okay. So this is super cool. I love doing this technique. Like I'm like a kid with this technique. So just bear that in mind. All right. So what you do is you take your colorless blender, squeeze some onto a towel. You don't want it like sodden, but you don't want it to be too light either. And then literally all you're going to do is go onto your piece here, press down, lift up, press down, lift up. And suddenly it looks like fur. Like it's the furriest fur. Because everything in that toweling, it like picks up some of the color in the colorless blender. And now it looks like the fur is like, can you imagine doing kitty cats and dogs and like anything like that? So if we do, for instance, this cute little teddy bear that she put in our workbooks, I will do his face. Let's color him in quickly. I'm gonna just super quick one. So I'm gonna color in his snout. It's super easy because once you learn to color, you don't even have to learn the fur techniques. That you literally can just do that. And it's great for basically any like critter animal. So any cats, dogs, bunnies, mice, you know, anything like that. So we're going to do this little teddy. I color him in super quick. I want to do the whole bear, but I'm trying to restrain myself. Remember, I've still got my porous piece of paper underneath. Really important when you're coloring to have that extra piece of paper under that. Oh, Bo! I'm glad you're crying less, but I'd rather you didn't cry at all. You can see, like, I'm doing really quick, rough coloring. I'm not. Like,
Alex, you might have to give the teddy bear away too.
really?
He's super cute.
Let's see how he comes out. I mean, this is like, you see, like, I'm not really adding lots of shading or spending lots of time on him because he's kind of like sketchy. I like that you chose a sketchy one, Lisa. Makes it super easy to color. Hmm. I mean, he already looks pretty teddy bearish. You see that, Lisa? The 15% coupon says 12 a.m. to 3 a.m.
I'm checking on it now.
Thanks. All right, so then we're going to do the same thing. A little bit of colorless blender on here. There we go. And now all of a sudden, lift this up so you can see our teddy. Like, look how textured that looks. You would never just get that texture easily with a pen, but you can just take that in. And now he looks super snug. Do I need to give the teddy away as well? Let's see. And this one's super easy to color too, like.
I think he'd be super cute tucked in a frame. It's an Alex original. But I think it should be a surprise and go in someone's box so nobody knows who's getting Teddy.
Well, that's too hard. Because someone will forget to put it in the box.
I'll remind you.
You're going to remind me at like 3 a.m. when I can't sleep and I start packing orders again.
I'll have a whole list for you. Okay, so the peanut gallery
Lisa's
said
good at giving
whoever
away.
spends the most gets the bear.
So we go. Ah,
Peanut gallery. Coupon for the VIPs coupon, the 5 off they have until the end of the month and the 15% off that the VIPers have expires Monday morning at 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
it would be Sunday midnight PST. I got it.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So when's your cutoff going to be, Lisa, for who spends the most?
Monday morning when I wake up and look at the orders.
Okay.
I will see.
Because I think you can do that. I think you can look at who spent the most.
Yep.
All right. Whoever spends the most between now and when Lisa gets up Monday morning, we'll get this teddy bear. We're going to finish the bear on the left.
And it's from the store. It doesn't include the classes because it's a different platform. I can't see that in the shop.
Yeah. I'm not going to put that on here. Yes, Tilly, Lily. Not till I'm done. You like the teddy bear? Tilly might be spending the most at the store to get the teddy bear. Whoever spends the most at the store, we were going to give them this teddy bear that I'm coloring. But, where is it? I don't know. Go look on the pool table. There's an elephant and a lion. Actually, if you could bring them here, that would be amazing. I just kind of want to let you see. And because this is a big image, I actually think big images are way easier to color. People was like, oh, I like small images. I love a big image because it's so easy, it's so forgiving. Whereas a small image, you can like really mess up really fast. Thanks, Kelly. What do you think? Yeah. Yeah, we can do that later.
But not with those.
No, with this.
Could you never let me use
I'm going to show you something cool. Hang on. Right, Tilly's going to see the next teddy bear transformation. Free international is 150. Is that right, Lisa? You're still here.
Correct.
Miss Lisa.
Hello, Miss Tilly.
them?
Hi, honey.
She
You're getting bigger.
Mm. They're all getting so big.
They have a habit of doing that. Mine will be 18 in July.
Nadia will be 16 in July. It's scary. Not a fan. Let's blend him out. And then we're going to do something really cool to him.
Isn't that how you mix colors?
What do you mean?
Would you tell me not to mix your colored
This
pens?
is different because you're mixing it on a paper. It doesn't really pen, but these are special markers. All right, we ready to make them more fluffy and furry? Let's see what I do.
I guess. Oh, that's what you did with the thing. Looks like it's actually good.
Isn't it?
What is I doing that? But usually I would just spray it. Oh, I one time did something with Miss Katie. I want to do it again.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's that spinner where you keep pressing the button and then
Oh, I think we got rid of it because it wasn't there. There's our little furry bear.
and I also made a card.
Doesn't he look cute? Lisa, you picked an awesome image.
Oh, yay. I'm glad they worked.
Joy, if you email Lisa, she'll be able to help you. I don't know what the issue is there. You should be good. And then, so that's our finished table. For those who want to know, so it's Copic Various Ink Colorless Blender Refill. It comes in a bottle like this. You can use it for a ton of different things. Like we could do a whole class on this, but basically, you can put it on there and put it on, as I say, you can put it on denim too. And you can turn like some really cool techniques in the denim as well. I'll be back in a minute.
Can I pick the next one?
No, because it's nearly at the end. Because I got to go to work, remember, and help
Oh yeah.
after the accident. So, what do you all think of fur using colorless blender and a washcloth? Isn't that a cool idea? Would it work with our markers? Yeah, any alcohol-based marker you can do that technique with, and you can still use the Copic colorless blender. If your marker system has a colorless blender refill, I would recommend using it just because that's going to react best with your markers. But you absolutely can you can use the Copic with any alcohol markers. But say, for instance, you've got the Spectra Noir and you've got the zero refill for Spectra Noir, I would use their zero refill because it's going to react best with their markers. Okay. So that's that. So we've covered fur, we covered sepia, we covered monochrome, we covered blending trios, we colored different types of gray, different types of ease, different coloring animals, different kinds of, like we did the lion, we did the elephant, all kinds of different things. So in the next class, we'll be moving on to some more techniques, focusing on light sources, white pen highlights, refilling pens, changing nibs, like all that kind of stuff. And if there's anything else you want to see in the class, email Lisa, let her know. And she'll be able to help with that as well. We will get the wrap up out to you as soon as possible. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I got prizes still to do. You can try isopropyl alcohol. You can also try alcohol blending solution. It depends on the marker as to how much it reacts. And you'll kind of see like whether it works with your markers or not. So you'll just kind of like have to experiment. I just happen to know that Copics and the Zero, they just pair perfectly and they do that technique really well. So that's on there as well. All right, so I have more winners. I have, let's see. And she's on. Okay, so I'm going to put space for teddy bear, even though lion. So make sure you've checked out if you've got a cart open, if you want to be entered for the elephant or the lion. I'm drawing prizes in just a minute. I'm getting everything ready. If I'm a VIP, it's in the Google Drive, Sarah. To get everyone together to do the grand prize winner, so it just takes me a minute. Okay, let's see if there's anyone still showing us checking out. A second. There's 4 people currently checking out. I'm going to give it, 2 people, 2 just came through. So I'm going to give you like 30 more seconds. I'm going to just do a random number generator. Okay, so that order. Okay. All right. Who's ready for some winners? So I have 2 $25 gift certificates for you. I have the grand prize winner. I have the lion and I have the elephant as well to give away. So I have lots of things to give away right now. And then whoever spends the most, yes, I can edit it anytime, Lisa. I'll get it done probably after work tonight or first thing in the morning. And then also, be sure to go and sign up. You've got till midnight tomorrow to get your early bird bonus on the VIP for the advanced class. I will drop the link down while I'm thinking about it right now. It does say in a few places, I made a few places I've missed. It says beginner. It is going to be the advanced one. I just happened to like clone the page and I tried to change them all quickly, but I missed a few. So you are signed up for the advanced. Don't worry about it. So all right. It's a $10 gift card, Bethany. $10 gift card. So you can do that. We'll be here on April 15th. We'll do it again. We'll do more techniques. And I think we'll probably add one in May. Just because I want to make sure everything's thorough. We go through everything and we can like, make sure.
Is the bonus for them signing up by a particular time?
They get a $10 gift card that we'll email out next week if they sign up by midnight tomorrow.
Thank you.
VIP. All right. So winners, drum roll, is our VIP winner for the 3 till 4 is Judy Renee Roberts. So congratulations, Judy. Our Zoom winner for 4 o'clock is Sandra Mason. And the winner of the lion is order, got your order numbers ready, 25311, which is Sheila Richardson. And the elephant is to Janice Mayer. It's order 25295. Don't worry, Lisa, I have all this written down for you. And then we also have a grand prize winner for today. It's a $200 Maker Forte gift card. And that is going to Bo Gilmore. Congratulations, Bo. So lots of fun things going on around here. I will be back next Saturday for those of you who have our love box. Don't forget to go grab your Easter baskets. They're halfway gone already. And of course, sign up for April 15th. I hope to see you all there as well and that you enjoyed today. I had so much fun hanging out with you. I love doing these and teaching you all of this and showing you how to use your alcohol markers.
Now Bo's crying and it's not over Copic coloring.
Happy tears, Bo. I love it. Happy tears, happy tears, happy tears. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining me. I'm going to go and run and put some work clothes on. And I'm going to go and help out and see what I can do over there as well. So I appreciate you all. Let me end this like 10 minutes early or so, but hopefully I think we got tons jammed in today. We talked a lot about coloring and stuff. So really put what we've done into practice and then put it into practice. And then what we'll do is we'll build on it next time. And then you'll keep seeing your skills improve and improve and improve. So thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful rest of your Saturday. And I will see